104 for 1, and the lead is 69. So lunch should be 10 past 1, Scott. I don't know if you were privy to that, if we get that far.
I got a message from Chris Rimmer, Lancashire scorer, to tell me that this morning.
104 overs, because we weren't able to have a longer day yesterday, as Fletcher comes in and bowls, and looking for the same sort of area there, Balderson, but this time he's hit it to stone at extra cover. We lost 11 overs on the first day, but we didn't start losing any until after 6 o'clock, and make of it what you will, but the regulations are if you lose overs after 6 o'clock you can't claim them back on the next day. But of course yesterday we lost overs from tea, wasn't it? They went off for tea and didn't come back.
Did get a bit gloomy, and then it absolutely hammered it down, didn't it?
Balderson on 48, Luke Fletcher to bowl to him, and Balderson shoulders arms, lets it go through to Joe Clark. 104 for 1.
He did all bounce it down last night. We were up here, weren't we, in the dry, in the commentary box, waiting for a dry period to escape.
104 for 1. Fletcher back to his mark. Comes in now, bowls. Balderson still too shy of his half century, just guides this down to Slater, and there's no run. 104 for 1 at the end of the over. It's I don't think it's a day to be a cameraman. We've got lots of devoted cameramen out and about, just looking there up on the I don't know if that's Barney or Spence up there. Give us a wave. On top of the pavilion. I only noticed him today because he's in front of the clock there at the far end. The picture's coming from the pavilion end. Come on, give us a wave, give us a wave. There we go. There we go.
It's Hutton in and bowls, and Bannon with a wristy looking shot off the back foot. Flashed away into the onside. Fletcher's there to field. Bannon moves on to 41. It's 105 for 1. The lead is 70 now. Balderson 2 away from his first 50 of the summer. He's batted very nicely. Partnership developing between these two. It's worth 90 runs now. Highest of the match by a distance. Hutton in and bowls. Down the leg side and taken by Clark. And there's no run.
Producer Kirsty's just sorted me out here. It's Spence on top of the pavilion. Tom and Laura are on our gantry in front of us, just to the right of us. These pictures right behind the bowler's arm, coming from Tom and Laura, and Jono's over their side of the pitch.
Hutton over the wicket, balls. Bannon pushing off the front foot. The ball trickles out to Broad. Moves on to 49, 106 for 1.
I won't tell tales, but yesterday I said, I fancy a go at that. I mean, I don't. I really don't, but I fancy a go at that, standing there with the camera and just another string to your bow, and it's got, you never know, you never know. And somebody said, and again, I'm not saying who it was, but they said, you just wouldn't want it, Dave. Kirsty in your ear all day.
Hutton's in and bowling. That comes off the inside edge of Bannon. Past the off stump. Actually, he's rubbing his right thigh, so maybe I just deflected off his thigh pad. Maybe not too much bat on it.
Producer Kirsty said, right, you're booked in for tomorrow, and then she heard the end of my comment and said, cancel that, you're not. 106 for 1, but thanks to everybody that always brings you the pictures and the graphics and all the replays and everything. I know many of you enjoy the live stream coverage.
It's punched through the offside by Bannon. Stone catches up with it. Get through for 1. Score moves on to 107 for 1.
You've got something similar, haven't you, at Emirates Old Trafford? Like it's like the Houston Space Centre there, isn't it?
It is.
The amount of screens you've got.
Yeah.
Big production. Warren Hegg still is he still part of the show?
I think he occasionally turns up, yeah. Hutton to Balderson. And this will be his 50. Played out to Broad. It's a really well put together half century by George Balderson. Impressive knock in an impressive partnership. He's 50 not out from 89 balls faced.
I was going to say, I'm sure it'll come up on the board in just a second. There you go. What have we got, Scott?
Yeah, 9 fours, 89 balls, and 127 minutes.
Yeah. 2 hours. Real money, isn't it?
Yeah, really impressive knock from Balderson. Taking the chance, he's been given the opportunity to open the batting. It's come in unfortunate circumstances because his captain's injured. But he's had a couple of starts in his previous 2 innings, but got himself a 50 hit.
There's Fletcher into bowl, and this is dragged on the leg side by George Balderson. Of course, the old fantasy cricket's very popular these days, isn't it? You've got somebody like Balderson who'll chip in with useful runs and chip in with wickets and catches as well. He's going to be, and this is no disrespect to him, but I would imagine he's going to be one of the cheaper picks, isn't he? He's going to be one that somebody should be looking at. No, you know what I'm saying.
Yeah, no,
you wouldn't say, pick your 11 best players for the fantasy. You until you look at the value and what they're going to give you, you might not look at somebody like George Balderson. But I would say he'd be. I don't do it myself, but I would say he'd be a good fantasy pick. Fletcher bowls. Oh my word! So would Josh Bohannon. That's elegant. That's glorious through the offside for 4. Shot of the morning. There was. I tell you what. There was an underlining of that shot and an exclamation mark at the end. That was a real shot of emphasis. Punctured the offside. Nearly punctured a hole through the advertising boards as well. Great shot. 113 for 1. Fletcher began with a maiden. Gone for a couple of 4s now. He's in again. Bowls. That's a good comeback though from the Bulwell bomber. And goes through into the gloves of Joe Clark. 113 for 1. Thanks to Dan White, as always, who often supplies me with some good info and some good knowledge and some good facts and some good figures and all the rest of it, because this morning what he's done, he's walked in past the care home away to our right as Fletcher comes in and bowls. It's down the leg side. Always a no ball from big Fletcher. Those big size 14s have overstepped there, and it's a no ball. 2 to the total. 115 for 1. And Dan walking in past the care home over the road there opposite the or just outside the ground on the Bridgeford Road side, the back of the William Clark stand, saw that there is I think you call them an artist's impression, don't you, of coming soon, this is what it is. So he has sent me a photo. It's not good radio this, but I will just try and describe it. It's appreciated. Fletcher bowls another lovely shot, again with emphasis, and that's Bohannon's 50, and what a way to get there with 2 glorious boundaries in this over. That's a special knock and a special shot to get him there. Josh Bohannon matches his partner with a splendid half century, 2nd of the game. How good was that?
2 glorious shots, though, weren't they? Yeah.
102 minutes this one, 76 balls and 7 fours, 2 of them in this over. 119 for 1. And comes Fletcher. Bowls. As with the previous delivery after he'd been hit for 4, Fletcher comes back with an absolute beauty. Right, I'll get to the crux of the message I was trying to say. Dan had sent a photograph of the artist's impression of what they're building across the road. 72 bedroom luxury care home, and he sent me a photograph. Doesn't appear to be balconies, so you can see the cricket, but certainly looks very nice, and certainly if some benefactor wants to see me spend me dotage in the care home over the road, that'll do very nicely indeed. This one of Yorker length, right in the block hole. Must have been some inside edge onto the boot. End of the over. 119 for 1 Lancashire after a couple of quiet overs. They've put their foot down a little bit, haven't they, with 5 overs gone this morning, and we've now had 21 runs scored.
Well, I suppose there has to be a little bit of an eye on that, because if we are going to lose a bit of time again today because of the weather, both these teams are going to want to win the match. I mean, that's an absolutely obvious thing to say, but Lancashire have started with 3 draws. Nottinghamshire are up and running. They've already with a victory. Lancashire have yet to win a match. You're not going to get very far drawing games this season, so there will be an eye on that. You can see actually it's got a little bit gloomier because watching Hutton come into ball, that's off the front foot by Balderson, worked down to short third for no run.
Steve Crawley's in the ground and says, Dave, gate money and my bus fare for that last shot. Well worth it.
Yeah.
Thank you, Steve.
Yeah, they were 2 beautiful shots from Barnum. Partnership's worth 104, so they've both reached 50 and they've brought up a century partnership, these two. It's Hutton. Pfeiffer in the first innings. And that beats Balderson through to the keeper. They have just played inside the line of it.
A lot of people have got in touch this morning. Thank you so much for all your correspondence. The Sheffield Outlaw, what with the forecast, not coming today, David, but I will be watching the live stream, hopefully heading down tomorrow, which hopefully should be an exciting finish, may well be. Trevor, morning Dave from an overcast East Suffolk, fingers crossed for some cricket today. Absolutely fascinating game.
Hutton over the wicket to Balderson, beautiful shot, punched away through the offside. Balderson doing his best to match Bohannon for cover drives. He's on to 55, 123 for 1.
Liz Mitchell, this is the important event of the day. There's other things going on, Liz, of course. Mike Brown, morning Mike. Looking at the weather forecast, I suspect the best we can hope for is play until lunch today. Be interesting to see how many of the regulars have turned up. Well, quite a few, Mike, have come along, haven't they? Hope you enjoy your day. Getting on with it, as you say, Lankies.
Yeah, lead of 88. Hutton to Balderson. And through to the keeper, and there's no run. A little sprinkling of spectators below the pavilion and the stands either side. It's quite tricky to tell on whether the upper tier of the stands that we're commentating from are busy or not, but there was plenty on the first day. Forecast may have put a few people off yesterday and perhaps again today. It's worked our way down towards Backwood Point. Up for no run. Matthew Montgomery getting across to his left-hand side and stopping the ball. It's a short boundary there, so it's well guarded. There's Stuart Broad at deep point. Hasib Hamid there was at cover, and then Montgomery at kind of this third man position, but not all the way back to the rope. It's off the back foot and punched into the offside. Too broad. Balderson moves to 56, not out, and that's the end of the over. 124 for 1, so a lead of 89.
Little bit of ceremony before the start of play today. The players lining up for the national anthem on the day of the coronation. But a little bit over the recent times, of course. The sad loss of the Duke of Edinburgh and then Her Majesty the Queen. Before that, I guess you'd probably have to go back to 9/11. I can remember the players lining up. It's either the morning or maybe even 7 days to the minute. They all went and lined up back in 2001 after 9/11 at the far end. A little bit of that. Been some royal visitors here, of course, over the years. 124 for 1 as Fletcher round the wicket bowls. This one wide of the off stump. Goes through to the keeper. Ever had any contact with the Royals? Did you get to Buckingham Palace at all?
I did, yeah.
When Lancashire won it?
No, I went when picked up some award or something. And
Oh, you picked up an award? Oh, do tell.
Went down for it. It's actually when Durham won the title. I was piggybacking Durham's championship winning title season. I was there with Emerson. He was in his shirt and tie.
124 for 1. This one's clipped to mid-on.
I missed the season that Lancashire won the title.
Didn't you?
Well, I'm not happy about that.
Yeah, Liam did the...
Yeah, never forgiven him.
Did the games. Didn't do the commentaries though, as I recall, but certainly didn't do the game at Southport. Did it on my own.
What, he left you to it?
Left me to it. Did it in the tennis? Is it the tennis club
It
at
is,
Southport?
tennis
Yeah,
club,
from the tennis from the tennis court window. I did commentary on my own for 4 days there as this is pushed into the offside, and there goes another train, and there's another train. And
what was he doing? Sat there with his feet up?
Well, I've only been once, and like I say, what had it been 2000? Well, it was the year they won. It was Liam. So it was 2011.
Yeah, 2011,
so 12 years ago. I'm struggling to remember what I was doing 12 minutes ago.
Yeah,
but,
me too.
So I would have been square on, wouldn't I, in the tennis court?
Yeah, kind of.
And Liam would have been away to my left. Would there have been
in the press tent?
A press tent, a press marquee, or whatever. 124 for 1 as Fletcher bowls, clipped in the air, but away for 4. An element of risk in that he took the aerial route, but he lifted it over Matthew Montgomery at mid-wicket and safely away, 1 bounce into those boards. And Lancashire getting a little bit of momentum here, 128 for 1. I went to Buckingham Palace, kindly invited by the club when Notts won the title, and of course met Prince Philip. I don't think I've ever seen Prince Charles, King Charles. I don't think I've ever seen him as Fletcher bowls. This one's hit back to Fletcher. Although I was in the press box for the 1991 FA Cup final when Diana was the chief guest. I remember Diana in a green frock, presented to Gaza, and of course Brian Clough and all the Forest team and what. I don't know if Charles was with her that day or not, but maybe one of you Forest aficionados would know. I seem to think it was just Diana, but if Charles was there, I have not exactly met him, but been in the vicinity. 128 for 1, fairly close, the press box at the old Wembley to the Royal Box. Long time ago. End of the over, 34 overs have gone, 128 for 1. Lead is 93. Notts need something to happen, don't they? They need it to happen fast. And that's either the rain or or a flurry of wickets.
Well,
you know, if Lancashire have a good 2 hours here and they get this lead up to 250 and we get most of tomorrow in, you know, they can afford to throw the bat in the morning, can't they? Get that lead beyond 300 and then the rest of the day trying to bowl Notts out. But you know, that's all hypothetical.
Here's Hutton to Bohannon. The back foot up off his toes, working it up to mid-on where Fletcher fields, and there's no run.
That would sort of be the Lancashire route to victory. Nottinghamshire's really, I think, depends on having a really good 2 hours here with the ball.
Started with Hutton, 5 for in the first innings. Bohannon gets right in to defend.
Those Nottingham City helicopter tours have started early this morning. Helicopter going over the ground somewhere. Low cloud, slate grey cloud, isn't it?
Yeah.
Floodlights burning brightly.
128 for 1. Hutton to Bohannon. Down the leg side, or signal as a no ball. It's overstepping Brett Hutton and looking at maybe where his foot landed on his way back to his bowling mark. So 130 for 1. 95 in front now.
You would say we're only just on the right side of being fit to play, wouldn't you? If say the likes of Stone or Broad came on and a couple of bouncers maybe clipped the helmet, the umpires might have a think.
And trying to work it away into the offside. Can't get it past Ollie Stone at cover. Yeah, you can see floodlights, or the shadow of the floodlights from the players as they bob around the outfield. See the thick cloud cover above the ground.
Get on with it.
I agree.
They're hitting the ball nicely.
Exactly.
And people who've paid to come in, get on with it.
Probably going to rain at some point, so play when you can. Left by Bohannon, that delivery from Hutton. I couldn't agree anymore. I don't like it. Won't be keen to go back to the dressing room. stay out as long as they can.
And of course, you've denied yourself a scone on days 1 and 2. All along, the promise has been I'll have one on Saturday. That's what you've been saying, isn't it?
No. Well, I think we're here tomorrow, aren't we? So I might wait till tomorrow. It's Hutton in and balls to Bohannon. That's worked off the pads down towards Broad.
There's a special batch got in today for you. Coronation scone.
131 for 1, lead of 96 now. It is ridiculously tempting, though, isn't it, when there's a kind of nice wooden... They present it very nicely.
Yes,
it's like a nice wooden board.
I nipped down for a brew in the tea interval yesterday. As it turned out, it was, there was no play anyway, but I nipped down to get a brew, and there was about 9 scones there with jam and cream bursting out of them.
For this Balderson to defend. End of the over, 131 for 1. But there used to be, you used to put your cream and your jam on yourself, didn't you?
Yeah. The umpires are getting together and having a bit of a chat.
Crack on with it.
There was a day about 15 years ago where I did go down and help myself, as you say, and I actually caught the pot of cream, Devon clotted cream, and
that was messy.
Tipped it up and it went down on the carpet, upside. They always fall upside down, don't they? So all the cream was there. I think the stain was in the carpet for a couple of years. Stuart Broad's coming into the attack.
So you're to blame for this, are you?
Yes.
Right.
Yeah.
It's not the first time you're to blame for things.
Stuart Broad, 6 overs, no maidens, none for 27. Those figures could do with tidying up a little bit. He's got the wood over Jimmy Anderson over the first 2 days, in the sense that he's taken 2 wickets, Anderson none, and Stuart Broad in the runs, 26 yesterday, but he got out on 249. I had a look at the replay this morning, certainly couldn't see any signs of him making contact with the ball, but hey ho. He's in, bowls. That's a really good delivery to Bohannon. Goes through to the keeper. Bohannon on 51. Balderson has just kept his lead over him. He's on to 60. In this partnership, 116 they've added. Just what Lancashire would have needed, having lost Luke Wells relatively cheaply for the second time in the match. Seems a long time ago now since Luke Wells nibbled at Fletcher and was caught behind by Clark. Broad wearing the bandana into Bohannon, drops it, little push and run down to the far end goes Bohannon. Luke Fletcher was the fielder they picked out. I think all along they sensed they were going to get an easy single, and they did. Lancashire's lead is 97. Still a lot of time left in this match. If we do have a stoppage or two, there's still a lot of time to you're pointing and you're pointing at the ground staff.
They're lurking.
Yeah, the umpires, as I said, did have a chat before this over started. May just have been, well look, Stuart Broad's coming on, do you still think it's okay? And they agreed it was okay. Well, I shall be annoyed if there is some rain, because I was told by a very good source, i.e. the ground staff, we're not expecting any before 1, Dave, but then
it's almost here.
But then it could be biblical proportions. 132 for 1. Broad round the wicket to the left hand, who drives into the offside. I think Matthew Montgomery's got a fingernail on that, which has taken some of the sting out of it, and they come back for 2 rather than getting the 4 that Balderson might have expected to get.
Yeah, looking at the radar now, it is right. It's right on the edge of us, so we're minutes away, I think, from a pretty sizable downpour.
There comes Stuart Broad from the pavilion end, bowls to Balderson. He eases it again into the offside to Montgomery. No run. .134 for 1. Broad bowls. Balderson pushes it out onto the offside. 6th of May not going to challenge Scott today.
Oh, I've been quite enjoying it.
Oh, right. 6th of May. No longer with us, sadly, but somebody who certainly in terms of Lancashire County Cricket Club has played a huge part in their history. He was born on this day, 6th of May 1932. John David Bond, Jack Bond, who of course skippered Lancashire so successfully for many years as Broad comes in and bowls this down the leg side. He was really their pivotal leader through their almost unparalleled success in limited overs cricket, late 60s, early 70s, and then initially announced his retirement in 1972 from Lancashire, from the game, but 2 years later came back and had 1 year here at Trent Bridge as player manager. Jack Bond sadly left us a couple of years ago, but he was born on this day in 1932, and he, as I say, is fondly remembered both at Old Trafford and also for his brief time here at Trent Bridge. Came to the former Players Association many times, Jack Bond, here, and I'm sure he did the same at Old Trafford. Ollie Stone's coming into the attack. This day as well, 6th of May 2010, somebody, an association with both clubs, Stephen Mullaney's first game for Nottinghamshire after leaving Lancashire, 6th of May 2010, Stephen Mullaney's first innings for Notts got a century.
Nice.
The rest, as they say, is history.
Change of bowling from the Radcliffe Road end. Ollie Stone coming in to bowl to Balderson. Correction, to Bohannon. And that's worked to mid-on. There's no run.
He shouldn't have played. It was in the days of 2010 where if they could, you had a one-day game and then followed by the 4-day county championship match, and Notts went down to the Ageas Bowl. They gave Stephen Mullaney a debut, his Nottinghamshire debut, in the one-day match, and he wasn't expected to play in the championship game, but Andre Adams picked up a knock, couldn't play, brought Mullaney in, went out to bat at 8, and as I say, got 100.
That's superb. Stone over the wicket. A little bit of width there for Bohannon. Cracks the ball away into the offside. And there's the man that you're talking about. Mullaney at mid-off. Feeling the ball and pointing here, there and everywhere. The Nottinghamshire skipper. 135 for 1.
Here's another one you'd imagine would attract the attention of the fantasy cricket players, wouldn't you? Got just shy of 1,000 runs last year, 997. Had a terrific year with the bat. He's well over 50. He just couldn't get those last 3 runs on the last day of the season.
Around the wicket, Stone comes to Balderson. It's nipped down towards fine leg. Reaches the boundary. He's gone for 4 runs. Little inside edge on the bat of Balderson there. Just watching the replay. And Balderson to 66 now. 139 for 1.
Ben Slater doing the fielding, and saw him briefly last night as we were leaving the ground. Just mentioned that he played for Chesterfield last Saturday. It's a big game tomorrow, playing Morton. Would have liked to have been involved in that as today, obviously. Big rivals, he said. Would have enjoyed that one. You need to be careful what you wish for if you're a professional cricketer. You know, you don't want too much club cricket, do you?
Stone to Balderson. Angles that one out to mid-wicket.
I do like it though when players have a free week, a bye week, and they go back. They either go back to the club that they've always been associated with, or even I don't mind a little bit. If they sort of what's the word? A one match professional deal with somebody. You can sometimes just go and find a little bit of form, can't you? Either with bat or ball. Strong club scene, of course, in Lancashire, isn't there?
Stone to Balderson. He's pushing it that outside the off stump and through to Clark. And Stone just waits,
a word, isn't he?
Yeah, waits at the bottom of his follow through.
Yeah, I told you yesterday. He said to me, I'm not proud of it, but you'll see me from time to time. He said sometimes I can't resist, can't stop myself having a little bit of a go.
Did a bit of commentary with Ollie Stone last summer. He's a lovely lad, isn't
he? He is.
You'd never expect him to be like that, would you? And he comes again. Oh, it's a good ball. again, as Bolson pushing at it, and they've gone up behind the stumps. At least Clark did.
Well, it's Duckett. Duckett generally is the first one to go up and start things, and he will appeal, and then the others joined in. That noise you can hear, don't quite know what it is. I sort of call it the leaf blower. They're putting air into the hover cover. They're obviously pumping it up ready for action. Sounds and looks like a leaf blower. I'm sure it's not, but Richard Marshall over there with the leaf blower makes a bit of a din. 139 for one. No idea how it works, and the amount of conversations I have with the ground staff, I really ought to ask them one day. I'll get them to show me. Broad to continue. Not started this morning with Fletcher and Hutton bowling. They've now got Broad and Stone, two players who played Test match cricket. This one down the leg side, well taken by Joe Clark. So this morning we've had 41 runs added by this pair to take their partnership up to 124. I think we've been playing for about 41 minutes as well, so Lancashire will be very pleased with that. Stuart Broad past umpire Bailey, bowls, Bohannon clips it briskly up to Fletcher at mid-on. There's no run. I know Scott's already been round the grounds a little bit. This is the only Division 1 game where there is any cricket, actually.
Okay.
Chelmsford, Ageas Bowl and Taunton, they're all off for rain, so it's the only one where there's any play in Division 1, and the picture's not much brighter in Division 2. They're playing at Headingley but nowhere else, raining everywhere else. Next ball is defended by Josh Bohannon, playing 2 of the 3 Rachel Hale Flint Trophy matches. Northern Diamonds 49 for 6 against the Blaze, and Grace Ballinger 7 overs, 2 for 17, and at the other end Nadine de Klerk has got the other 5 wickets, 5 for 30. Grace Ballinger should be able to tell us all about that tomorrow, because she's going to join us for day 4 of this match. So this one's steered into the offside. I won't say a regular. I think she did 3 matches with me last year towards the back end of the season. Very much looking forward to spending 1 or 2 more matches with Grace this year. So she's going to be with Scott and myself tomorrow, but she's picked up a couple of wickets, so she should be in good heart for tomorrow, Scott, if they win that. And they've got Northern Diamonds, in fact 53 for 7 is the score after 15 overs. Broad bowls to Bohannon, works it away on the leg side. Where was that one? That's at Chesterley Street, so they will be looking for a quick win and get back on the road and get back down here for tomorrow. And if it's your thing, Chennai are playing Mumbai in the IPL, and that match is on is on 5 Sports Extra, so we've not got county championship cricket. We've been on the first couple of days, haven't we? We've had to go in makeup and just make ourselves look smart for the national audience in a scruffs today. As Broad round the wicket bowls. Oh, that's a bit of a loose one from Balderson, playing well away from his body, gets nothing on it. End of the over. Lancashire 140 for 1 here on BBC Radio Nottingham and BBC Radios Manchester and Lancashire, and on the live stream with Dave Bracegirdle and Mr. Scott Reed.
Looks like it's actually just brightened up a little bit, hasn't it? There appear to be too many shadows now.
No, they've turned the leaf blower off, haven't they?
Yeah. The radio will tell us that it's not too far away, but hopefully we get a little bit of good fortune and maybe it'll just miss us. 105 in front. 2 slips in place. This is Ollie Stone to start his second over of the morning. Oh, it's a good ball. It beats Bohannon and through to the keeper. There's been a few of those this morning.
Somebody asked me yesterday, I can't remember who it was now, if he was related to Steve Stone, the former Nottingham Forest footballer. I wouldn't have thought so, because Steve hailed from the northeast, and Ollie a man of Norfolk. Can't say Norfolk without that ridiculous lilt on the language or on the accent. But yeah, he's a Norwich boy.
Into Bohannon, who swings and misses. Through to the keeper, no run.
You know it's happening live in front of you through the window. You watched that one through the monitor, didn't you?
I like doing that sometimes. I like doing that.
Good pictures as ever on the live stream. It's come on a lot, hasn't it, the live stream over the years, the various counties, you know, just sort of started one fixed camera and no graphics and whatever.
Into Bohannon, just plays away from his body, pushing the ball out towards point. There's Matthew Montgomery to field, no run.
Notts were actually the first to do it, 2013. First to sort of say, well, you know, there's no cricket on anywhere else, we're going to start running a live stream, and they did. And then Glamorgan followed, and a few afterwards, and then one or two others about 5 or 6 years later. Well, we're now going to live stream our games, like they'd invented the wheel, but not for the first.
Bohannon waiting, pushing the ball up towards Mullaney. It's off the back foot. There's a Nottinghamshire skipper to field the ball, no run.
That wasn't a dig at our friends in the northwest, by the way. It's more southwest, where they sort of claim they get 2 million views a day and that sort of thing. They don't.
You can massage the numbers a little bit.
Yeah.
140 for 1. 2 balls left of the over. Stone comes over the wicket. Oh, that's come off the bottom edge and past the stumps. Joe Clark scoops up the ball. Bohannon gets a single. Moves to 55. 141 for 1. A lead of 106.
Sort of mentioned this a little bit when Michael Temple popped up to join us. Was that yesterday morning, or was it on the first day?
It was yesterday,
yeah. You know, and sort of the Shaheen Shah Afridi effect when he comes to join for the blast, and the, you know, just the increase in awareness of Nottinghamshire County Cricket Club and Trent Bridge, obviously through Shaheen Shah Afridi's fan base back in Pakistan.
Final ball of the over, around the wicket. Bohannon down on Balderson, down on one knee, trying to drive the ball away, playing a miss. Been a few of those, and Ollie Stone's told George Balderson that there's been a few of those this morning.
I'm sure he said well battered.
End of the over, 141 for 1, lead of 106. They have batted very well, though, these two.
Yep.
126 are on partnership now.
Still going to be Broad. What have we had? 2 overs from Lyndon James and 1 from Stephen Mullaney in the match. Going to be Broad to continue. The right-handed Bohannon on 55 on strike. Lets this ball go through the gloves of Joe Clark. Second match with the gloves on for Clark, former Worcestershire man, of course. Been at Trent Bridge since 2019. Keeping wicket with Tom Moore's out with quite a nasty finger injury picked up in the match here against Somerset. On 41 for 1. Again comes Stuart Broad, bowls, and Bohannon, seemingly with all the time in the world, just pushes it into the gap to the left of Lyndon James on the offside, takes a single. 142 for 1. Bit of footy today in Manchester, isn't there? City playing Leeds United. Big Sam's first game back.
Park the bus.
That's what he'll do, you think? Just the 5. I think it's just the 5 Premier League games. 142 for 1. Next ball was through to the keeper. Now, there's a lot of local cricket in Nottinghamshire called off. I'm not sure if it's the entirety, the South Notts and the Bassett Law not playing. I'm not sure. I know the division that my local club in Newark, or near Newark, is in. There's no fixtures today. I don't know if that's a league-wide thing with the coronation on, but
yeah, first-class cricket continues.
Yeah,
bizarre.
Broad bowls. This one through to the keeper, and there's no run.
Yeah, why can't you play cricket?
Well, I don't know, but it is does seem to be a thing. I mean, when the date was, I think wasn't the original date clashing with the cup final, and oh, hang on, we'd better change that. And they came up with another date, and straight away the EFL said, right, we'll not have any football league matches on the day of the coronation. So I think it's League One playing tomorrow, and the Championship are playing on Monday. This one's cut into the offside for a single. 143 for one, takes Balderson to 67. And I was then sort of waiting for 2 or 3 weeks, well, in fact right up until this week, I was then waiting for some sort of announcement from the ECB about what they were going to do with this game. All along I thought, that's going to be a bit tricky, isn't it? Third day of a 4-day match. They're surely not going to call it off all day, but as we have seen with recent royal events, the playing hours were sort of manipulated a little bit, weren't they? But no, business as usual here today, as Bohannon clips this down to long leg for a single. And that's 144 for one at the end of the 40th over, so Lancashire ticking along nicely. 3.6 and over. They've got a lead of 109, and if the weather plays ball, they've got all the time in the world. Luke Fletcher's just he's just going off the field for presumably a comfort break. Let's see if this is coming on when he gets a little closer towards my aging eyes. It's Calvin Harrison who's coming on. In fact, the live stream there just turns, and that's just to help me out there. I'd already identified Calvin as he jogged over the line, but the pictures showing number 31, Harrison. Not yet played any first-class cricket for Notts. Played a little bit in his time as an Oxford University student. There's Ollie Stone, and there's Scott.
Bohannon off the back foot. Just drops it away into the offside for no run. Yorkshire back underway. I think that was a delay, wasn't it, at Leeds? At the back play, and Glamorgan 84 for 2. To lead Yorkshire by 223 runs. But that game and this one, the only ones in play. Rain affecting all the rest of them. In the county championship, and Dave's been keeping you across the scores from the Rachel Hale Flint Trophy. Stone balls cut down towards third man.
It's in the air, wasn't it?
It was, yeah.
It would have needed to have been probably Lanky the giraffe in at third slip to take the catch.
Not sure what his fielding's like, to be honest.
He's a big lad, isn't he?
He's a big lad, aye. Yeah. Struggles a little bit at finals day, doesn't he? In the old mascot race.
So does Nuts the squirrel. He's got great clodhopper boots on, which aren't ideal when some others have Mo Farah running and training shoes on.
I think it needs to be readdressed. That you need to have different start
handicap,
times.
a handicap.
Yeah, I agree. Stone to Balderson. Let's run down to third man. Broad will try and cut it off, but quickly realised that that was beating him. There's that short boundary now towards the third man region. Broad having to retrieve it from behind the advertising board. Balderson moves on to 71. The lead pushes up to 114.
Northern Diamonds 58 for 9. Grace Ballinger 3 for 19. Nadine de Klerk 6 for 33. She's going to be happy tomorrow, the girl. She's just I thought that was Sarah Glenn. It's not, it's Abby Glenn. I was going to say she's just sent the stumps cartwheeling of Glenn, but it's Abby Glenn.
That's pushed into the offside by Balderson for no run. Hamid comes up from cover to complete the fielding. 2 balls left as signalled by the umpire. 71 not out, George Balderson. Floodlights are on, cloud around, ground staff are hovering. At the minute we're still playing, which is great. We've had an uninterrupted first hour of play.
Thunderer 105 for 2 at Old Trafford against Central Sparks.
I presume Emma Lamb's got a few of those. It's Stone in. Oh, that's a sharp ball to Balderson. Sends down a bouncer, follows Balderson too. It's a really well directed short ball. That's Balderson on his backside. Taken by the keeper.
Yeah, that's sort of what I was alluding to earlier on with Stone bowling like that. If you just to hit somebody wherever it is, the umpires might just whisk them off straight away. But it was good evasive work from Balderson.
To react pretty quickly, didn't he? Kind of followed him too. He's ducking his knees and trying to get underneath it, and the ball kept coming in his direction. Stone in again. Balls snapped away into the offside by Balderson. Takes his bottom hand off the bat. End of the over. 149 for 1. Lancashire lead by 114.
Emma Lamb was stumped for 56.
Which rests on the shoulders of Emma Lamb when it comes to scoring runs for Lancashire Thunder.
149 for 1. So we've had 51 runs as we approach the witching hour of midday. Pubs used to open at midday, I think they
open at 9 o'clock now, aren't they?
Well, 7 o'clock was on breakfast. Come and have a good fry up. A fry up and a pint of lager for your breakfast. You only do that when you're going on holiday, don't you? Go to the airport first thing in the morning as Broad is in, or is that just me? It's just chopped away. Or a single. Yeah, well, I'm on my holidays. It's 7:30 in the morning, but I'm on my holidays. 150 up, 150 for 1 in the 42nd over.
Or a day at the races. If you have an organised trip to the races,
yeah.
It always starts with the breakfast in the pub, doesn't it?
I think the esteemed Mr. Fletcher is organising, or has organised, or has had organised for him, that's probably strictly correct, a day at the races as part of his testimonial year, a day at Southall races, or Southall races as some would have you call it. That could be, that could get messy. There's Broad bowling, and this is chopped to backward point, all the relevant information on Luke's testimonial website. LF23, Luke Fletcher 20. Where's 19? I don't know. It even took me, and I'm an idiot, a while to figure out why it was 23. Of course the year's 23, but he's number 19, isn't he? Number 19. LF23. Anyway, that's where you'll find all the information if you want to go horse racing with Luke Fletcher. Next one's cut away into the offside.
Well, why not?
Give you a lot of reasons. You will end up, I'm sure, buying talked about it the other day, didn't we? Buying a share in a horse race, in a horse, I'm sure. 152 for 1. But yes, meet up and have a glass of some foaming liquid for your breakfast, and then take it from there. Balderson on to 73, Bohannon 59. Both enjoyed very fine matches here. There's the England man Broad bowls slightly off the outside edge, fielded by Slater. Tom says it's marvellous to hear Dave and Scott championing a handicap system for the T20 mascot race. That's the pressing matters we need the ECB to address. Thank you, Tom. Hope you're enjoying your coronation morning. Bit of coronation chicken, no doubt, for tea. I'm having shepherd's pie, apparently, I was told this morning. I'm watching the coronation all day and we're having shepherd's pie for tea. That was the communication between myself and my good lady this morning. Steered behind point. Right, I'm off to the cricket. See you later. 153 for 1. Shepherd's pie.
Sounds lovely.
Right-handed Bohannon on to strike. Saw a bit of the old jungle-y thing last night, and that was all I watched. Broad in. Bowls, oh, top edge. He went for the pull, he's got a top edge, and it's one bounce, 4 down below us, down to a very fine leg. Nothing anybody could do. You're not going to have a fielder there. That's not improved the mood of Stuart Broad. Certainly won't have improved the thought pattern and processing of Stephen Mullaney, the Notts captain, because Notts really haven't created anything this morning worthy of the name. I think we've had perhaps 1 or 2 half appeals that would never have been taken seriously. There's nothing gone anywhere near a fielder, and not really been any significant playing and missing. There's been quite a bit of missing, but
yeah,
you know, there's just nothing been created. It's a very different surface to what we had on the first day, but credit to Bohannon and Balderson, they're making it play a little easier than it did on the first day.
Been a couple of like inside edges, haven't there, every now and again, but Stone to Balderson. I think he's pleased to get off strike here. He's just clipped this one off his pad, so he flirts with the idea of 2. Decides against it. The Stone to Balderson battle has been quite intriguing. Stone going round the wicket to the left-hander. He's sent in a couple of short balls. I think he's a bit grumpy that of the player misses, the Balderson's player missed a couple of times to Stone. And he bowled him an absolute belter of a bouncer before that had him on his backside, and it was like a tracer bully. He was heading in his direction. He couldn't seem to get out of the way of it. Anyway, he gets off strike for a little while.
I'd love to have him mic'd up. It does seem as if he keeps having a bit of a chirp. Maybe he isn't, but it does seem as if he is.
Stone to Bohannon. Leans back, carves the ball away. Good looking shot, 4 runs. Just in front of square. Bohannon moves up to 67, 162 for 1.
Yeah, he certainly didn't chirp there, did he? So it was going away to the boundary rope at great speed. So Ollie Stone just turned and makes the journey back to his bowling mark. Let's see what he's got by way of a response. That was emphatic, wasn't it?
It was, yeah. Jump right into that. Josh Bohannon pushes the lead up to 127. Deep third, fine leg, deep square leg. Stone's in, shuffling back into the crease again. Bohannon just easing the ball away off the open face of the bat down to third man. Balderson turn wanting a second. Bohannon sends him back.
Thanks to the Yellow Belly Rover for alerting me to the fact that Northern Diamonds 62 all out. Grace Ballinger 9 overs 3 for 23. Nadine de Klerk 9.1 overs 7 for 33. 62 all out. Get the job done. Get in the coach and get yourselves back here. That's been a terrific morning for the Blaze, formerly of course Lightning, or Loughborough Lightning.
Stone bowls to Bohannon, who's hopping back, getting right on top of the bounce, takes his bottom hand off the bat as he defends to cover, no run.
Sheffield Outlaw, we're still bitter after Notts got cheated out of a win by Notts after Nuts. That's the mascot here, Nuts the squirrel. We're still bitter after Nuts got cheated out of a win by Alfred the gorilla. We've got tickets for finals day, so we'll be cheering on our favourite squirrel.
Brilliant.
You might want to audition for the to get inside the suit, Sheffield, if you fancy yourself as a runner.
Stone balls, bit of width there for Balderson, who strikes the ball away for 4 through the offside. Just a slightly bent knee, but timed it beautifully. Fist along the ground. 150 run partnership as well between these two now. From 215 balls, nicely balanced of both. Well, one's faced 107 deliveries and one's faced 108 deliveries. It's a beautifully balanced partnership for 152 runs now.
I don't want to spoil the magic, but unless it's been cleaned recently, you don't want to go anywhere near that Nuts the Squirrel costume, because it's, last time I saw it and smelt it, it was a bit whiffy.
Oh.
A bit whiffy.
Oh, you're enjoying your brunch. Final ball of the over. Here's Stone to Balderson is an inside edge past the stump, past the off stump. Stone can't believe his misfortune. Balderson takes a single and moves on to 80. 168 for 1. Lead is 133 runs.
Midday. Scott just away to update listeners in the northwest. 168 for 1. Marvellous stuff for the Red Rose. George Balderson 80. Josh Bohannon 68. But his 68 is Achilles heel. He was out for 68 in the first innings. Just clutching these straws here. He's asked for something from the dressing room, Bohannon, to be brought out. Not sure what it is, but it's just being delivered right now. 168 for 1. Saqib Mahmood and Luke Wood just walking round the boundary edge. Just wonder if they're gym bound. Perhaps going to spend a wee while in the gym. Don't think they're just taking the Nottingham air, having a bit of a stroll. There's Broad in then to the left-hander, and again it's edged, and again it's high over Duckett and away for 4. Duckett at second slip, nobody down at third man. Previous over exactly the same. Broad finding the edge. That's brought an immediate response, and that response is Stephen Mullaney turning his arm over. Captain feels, well, I'd better have a go. Still 5 balls of this Broad over to come. Calvin Harrison is still on the field. Luke Fletcher's back, so not sure who's gone off, but middle of the session, I'm sure they're just fitting in a little comfort break to suit. There's Fletcher, Broad rather, bowls. Balderson clips it to Mullaney at mid-on, and there's no addition to the total. 172 for 1. Lancashire lead by 137. The 2 innings of the match so far, Lancashire 214. Notts went past that in getting 249, and seems now as if Lancashire are comfortably going to go past that and post the highest total of the match. As Broad is in, again bowls, driven crisply down the ground, and Fletcher can't get that despite his dive. The ball beats him, and 4 in front of the pavilion. Second boundary in the over, and Balderson now just 2 mighty blows away from a century. He's 88 not out. 176 for 1.
Yeah, never had a first-class century before. George Balderson, previous highest score in first-class cricket of 97.
What's happened here? The square leg umpire Saggers walking across to Rob Bailey, and Saggers has instigated this, whatever it is, because Rob Bailey was standing there with the ball. No, it is the ball that they're having a look at. Just maybe with it going down the far end, it clattered into the advertising board, and not just sort of trying it on a little bit. Ball's got damage done. Can we change it? Well, we'll just check. Boundaries in the over. Broad in again to Balderson. Looks to drive him again in the same area, but this time no real pace to it. Broad might have got a fingertip to it, but Fletcher solidly behind it, and it's a dot ball. 176 for 1. Two slips, Hutton and Duckett. A gap to Calvin Harrison, the subfielder at backward point. Ollie Stone out on the point boundary. Montgomery at extra cover. This one's left alone, goes through to Clark. Fletcher at mid-off, Mullaney at mid-on. Lyndon James on the mid-wicket fence, and Seba Mead in front of the William Clark stand at deep backward square. In fact, Saqib Mahmood's gone round to talk to his former teammate, having a bit of a blather. Did wonder if Sakib and Luke Wood were heading for the gym, but it does just seem as if they're having a little bit of fresh air, a bit of a stroll around the boundary edge. Though I can't see where Luke Wood's gone, but Sakib's there anyway. Next ball, down the leg side, taken by Clark. That's the end of an over that cost 8 runs, and Broad 11 overs, no maidens, none for 50. Not the half century he'd have been hoping for in this game. Lancashire 176 for 1.
Yeah, good first hour and 10 minutes or so here for Lancashire. Pushed the lead up a little bit, quite considerably. Both batters have got beyond 50. Both have brought up a 150 partnership. And for the first time in the day, the Nottinghamshire captain's going to bring himself into the attack. He's bowled 1 over previously.
Yeah.
Stephen Mullaney replacing a pretty feisty spell from Ollie Stone.
Just 1 wicket so far this season. Only bowled a couple of overs at the Ageas Bowl, none for 13. Didn't bowl here at all against Somerset, and got 1 for 23 at Lords, the last match.
Can Mullaney find a breakthrough in 2 behind the new drives up to Stone at mid-off? No run.
We did wonder, or I did wonder, if they might just try and attend to that over rate during the course of this session, just in case the rain, if it comes, when it comes, is of biblical proportions and they don't get back on.
Mullaney to Bohannon, drive to the left of mid-off this time, 4 runs. Takes Josh Bohannon onto 72 and Lancashire to 184.
Yes, the thoughts that 68 might be his Achilles heel, as it was in the first innings, didn't bring dividends for Notts. And the score, in your best darts commentary voice, it is.
I can't possibly do it justice. Not to the great man standard. But Lancashire 180 for 1. Lead of 145. Mullaney shuffling his way back in. A little clip to mid-wicket where Hutton fields and there's no run.
Yeah, Joe Clark standing up. He had a little bit of difficulty. Now, I appreciate it's not the spinner of Liam Patterson-White, but he had a little bit of difficulty standing up at Lords, anything down the leg side.
Mullaney right arm over the wicket to Bohannon, just leans forward. The ball nips past the edge of the bat into the gloves of Clark.
That was a good take there, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was. Tom Moore's, is it a broken finger?
Broken middle finger on his right hand.
Okay.
Can't be far away now. This is his the second game he's missed, and Notts have had a bye week as well.
It's turned to the leg side by Bohannon. Mullaney targeting the pads, bowling quite straight, and wicket to wicket. And Bohannon with an angled bat, steering it away to big Brett Hutton at mid-wicket, no run. He gives it to Fletcher. Mullaney at the top of his mark, sets off again. Final ball of his first over of the day. Oh, Bohannon playing, looking to try and drive the ball away. Down on one knee, it deflects out into the offside. It's a dot ball to end the over, of which there was that 4 driven through wide mid-off to take Lancashire to 180 for 1.
3 members of the ground staff have stayed in the vicinity of the hover cover, but they certainly don't seem to be on red alert as they were 15 or 20 minutes or so ago. Lyndon James is going to come on as the 6th bowler bowled this morning. All, I suppose, technically right arm medium or medium fast, or fast in Stone's case. But Mullaney just ringing the changes a little bit here. He's tried Hutton and Fletcher and Stone and Broad and himself, and now Lyndon James, just desperately trying to find a route into this Lancashire middle order. Don't really expect Stephen Croft and Dane Vilas to come and go for just 8 runs between them as they did in the first innings either, so there's going to be a lot of work for Notts to do with the ball. As Lyndon James starts his spell round the wicket to Balderson, who's on 88. Of course, it may come to a situation tomorrow, if we do lose a lot of today, that Lancashire might just have to force the running to give themselves enough time to bowl Notts out. We saw Notts attempt something unlikely at Lords at Middlesex, 249 in 40 on the last day, and Middlesex got home with an over to spare. James bowls. This is pushed away on the offside, and Lyndon James certainly seemed to hobble at the end of that. Looked to me like he hobbled. And if we get a chance to have a little look at that one again. He's making his way back. He's talking to Stephen Mullaney, but only about the field setting. Maybe it was I don't know, something I thought I saw but didn't, but it looked to me as he released the ball as if he took a couple of steps hobbling. Seems to be okay. Here he comes again, bowling to Bohannon, who's on 72. Bowls now, and it's run down to Montgomery. Shortish third or deepish gully, take your pick. No run, 181 for one. Had all sorts of issues and ailments, Lyndon, that's prevented him bowling. Didn't bowl much at all last year. Here he comes. Bowls now, and Bohannon will move on to 73, turning it away behind square, out to Slater. 182 for one. 98 for one overnight after 27 overs. So we've had, this is the 19th over of the morning, and 84 without loss represents a very decent hour and a quarter for Lancashire. Good take outside his off stump this time by Clark, low down.
Yeah, it couldn't really have gone much better, could it? I mean, they've got through Luke Fletcher and Brett Hutton, and then they've got through Stuart Broad and Ollie Stone.
Yep, they're into the 5th and 6th bowlers. 84 for none in 75 minutes. With the floodlights on and gloomy overhead conditions, you'd take that any day. James bowls again. Balderson leaves it alone. So Lyndon James beginning with a quietish over. 3 overs none for 16 for him now. Is it going to be Mullaney to continue? It is. Takes his cap off. Hands it to umpire Saggers. Ben Duckett out of the slips. He's in the ring on the offside. The only slipper is Lyndon James. Looks to be a little deep at second slip there. Mullaney in, bowls and clipped away. Going to be a couple of runs here. Beats the dive of Montgomery down towards the Hound Road stand at third man, and they settle for a couple. Takes Bohannon on to 75. 184 for one here on BBC Radio Nottingham and BBC Radio's Manchester and Lancashire. And on the live stream, Dave Bracegirdle and Scott Reed will have backup tomorrow with Grace Ballinger telling us all about her trip to the northeast.
Successful trip.
Well, if it's not, having bowled the opposition out for 62, this one burst through the gloves of Joe Clark, but no damage done. Lyndon James picks the ball up. If you bowl your opponents out for 62 and don't win, you've got a little bit of looking in the mirror to do. Not yet started, their reply. The Blaze, as Mullaney bowls to the right-handed Bohannon. books this one.
Yeah, both sides are -2, aren't they, on the over rate?
Yeah.
Captains will be conscious of that. In fact, Lancashire the other week at Essex, Keaton Jennings was quite reluctant to shake hands with his opposite number.
Mulaney bowls, worked away, whipped away, beats the dive of Hutton at shortish mid-wicket, and they'll get 2 out to Hasiba Mead. Just wanted to keep going until they'd sorted out the negative over rate.
Yeah, and well, he was showing 0 on the ball, but he didn't really trust it. Wanted clarification from the scorers, and we went on, I think, for another maybe 2 or 3 overs while that kind of was all confirmed that everything was okay.
Mulaney now to Josh Bohannon. A little bit of a push. He almost sold his partner. A little bit of a hospital pass there, didn't he, Bohannon? He dropped it and set off, and of course Balderson at the other end backing up, and he made a couple of strides down before being sent back. It's pushed straight to Duckett. Of course, dropped Balderson when he was on 4. Hutton put him down in the 30s, but that was a very, very difficult one. And a bottom edge past Clark brings 4 more to Bohannon, and we'll take him into the 80s. 190 for 1, bottom edge past the keeper, past the stumps. 4 runs, and Stephen Mulaney 3 overs, none for 12. Of course, fetching the ball back, it doesn't help the overs speed by either, does it?
Came right off the toe of the batter, didn't it? Josh Bohannon peering at his bat as the ball went past the keeper and down to the boundary for 4. Lead of 155. So we've got, well, actually lunch is at 1:10, isn't it? It's pushed back to 1:10, so there's a decent chunk of play to go.
Yeah.
Not seen a drop of rain yet. The radar says it should be raining, but not seen a single drop fall. So far uninterrupted play. Here comes Lyndon James bowling to George Balderson. That struck cleanly, straight to cover. Montgomery Fields, no run. 89 to George Balderson.
Lovely place for a long weekend, the Montgomery Fields.
Sounds like somewhere where you could have a festival.
It does, doesn't it? Yeah. Take your tent.
Yeah.
If you're into that. I've never done that.
Never found
so. Oh no.
Yeah. What camping or going to festivals?
Both.
Both. Oh, okay. 2 slips waiting. James bowls, leans back, cuts the ball away through the offside. Stones on the point boundary. Oh, the ground staff are sprinting up.
Yeah. I say that, I've been to the Newark Riverside Festival, but that lasts about 3 hours. We've over the years we've had some names in the Kingdom of Newark. Wet. Well, no, it was just Marty Pello, but Bucks Fizz.
Is that just wet then?
No, yeah,
if it's just Marty.
It was just Marty Pello. Yeah. The young lady with the big hair, what was her name? Fleur East. Fleur East.
Okay, right.
We had the Wailers without Bob Marley.
Right.
We had the Wailers, which I particularly enjoyed. So had all the big names in Newark.
Blimey. There's James to Bohannon. That's hammered through the offside for 4. Broad at cover, low to his right, trying to put the dive in, but that was spanked by Bohannon for 4. Takes him to 85 not out, 195 for 1. Ground staff has sprinted from that little hut towards the hover cover again, but looking back at the replay, bang, he swatted that away for 4.
And don't know if there's a spot or 2 falling, can't see any brollies. In fact, there's one just gone up in front of the pavilion. The umpires say that's it. You can tell what the Lancashire batters think.
Oh, they
don't want to go.
No, they probably think it's not yet raining, but this is probably on the understanding that rain's not far away. But the batters aren't happy. They don't want to go off.
They don't.
Lead is 160. There's the Harbour cover. He's pushed on.
Well, Josh Bohannon has moved from 38 not out to 85 not out. George Balderson was 44 not out at the start of play. He's 90 not out. And this partnership is worth 180. second wicket as rain stops play. There we go. I'll just kill the effects microphone. It is noisy, isn't it? It's a brilliant thing. It is noisy. What are you laughing at? What have you seen?
I'm laughing at Glenn Chappell leaning over the balcony with his arms outstretched, as if to say, "It's not raining, umpires. Why are we coming off?"
Settled, Ben, and we'll send Ollie Stone in to sort you out.
Yeah, don't think Lancashire's head coach is best pleased.
No, and it is a bizarre one. There's one, I can see two brollies. I don't know if you can see any, and they're both in front of the pavilion. The back row, they're probably under shade anyway. And it certainly doesn't appear to be any darker than it has been all morning, and they didn't seem to take a reading, did they? They just perhaps felt a spit or a spot. They can perhaps see it coming, but they didn't sort of go through the normal protocol you see with checking the light meter and obviously aware that it was raining. Just seemed to wave it on. But the ground staff were obviously aware that rain was imminent. Sometimes you think, well, why have they gone off? And a minute and a half later, it is torrential rain, and in that minute and a half, the ground staff, who are hurrying and rushing, as we can see, they have managed to get the square covered. Got a bit of work to do before they do that, but clearly they feel there's some rain going to come. 195 for one. Of course, what it might mean is, what time is it? 25 past 12. They might just having a look there. I can see the two umpires. There's no Lancashire representation there, is there? That's gone over and sort of said. Can't see who it is who's nattering to them. It might be.
No, I can see Glenn Chappell still on the balcony.
Yeah, no, there's nobody from either side. They're just having a bit of a natter and just keeping an eye and making notes in their notebook. But the covers are being brought on, and clearly they want to protect the square from the worst of the weather if it is going to come. And sometimes the protective work you can do now does mean you might get a bit of cricket later on, whereas if you wait until it is raining heavily, then sometimes these things don't happen. But 195 for one, folks. I'm afraid the covers are on. It's black as night overhead, and there are a couple of brollies up, and clearly they feel that rain is imminent, so we'll leave it at that for the time being. Keep abreast of whatever you do to let yourself know if there's any play going on. Either leave your live stream on or keep abreast of the socials. But as soon as there's any play or any likelihood of any play, we'll be back and we'll bring you whatever news we can. But right now, 195 for one, Lancashire with that healthy lead of 180. The bad light and the threat of rain, I think we can say right now, has forced them from the field, and I would say in all probability they'll take an early lunch and just hope that we're spared the worst of it. So thanks for your correspondence this morning. We do get round to reading them all in the fullness of time, but from Scott and myself, we'll bid you farewell until, who knows when the players return. We'll return. Until then, a very goodbye from Trent Bridge. And it rained and rained and rained and rained and rained, and then eventually it stopped, and we are going to get a little bit of cricket at Trent Bridge. How much cricket we get, I think, depends on the weather just behaving itself over the next hour and a half. Welcome back to Trent Bridge. Dave Bracegood and Scott Reed with you as this game looks as if it's about to be resumed here. They've been off since 12:30-ish, with Lancashire at that stage 195 for 1, leading by 160 over Nottinghamshire. We were halfway through a Lyndon James over, which will be concluded. Two Lancashire batters closing in on well-deserved centuries. George Balderson 90 not out, Josh Bohannon 85 not out. And what else to tell you? Well, Scott once again resisted the lure of a scone and jam and cream, and so did I.
He did very well. Did very well. It's tricky to do that when they're right in front of you.
Have you been down? I've actually been down and seen them and got a drink. And
I haven't. No.
Took a photo which I popped up there at Brace Cricket. If you want to have a look at scones, in case you'd forgotten what they look like. Nottinghamshire's over 8. Still -2 on the board. Here's Lyndon James. Talk us through it, Scott.
Yeah, Bohannon's on strike, so here we go. Over to continue. And that's defended up towards mid-on. And there's no run. Just after 12:30, I think, wasn't it, when we went off. So quite a long period for Bohannon and for Balderson to contemplate resuming their innings. It is a bit dark, certainly. The floodlights are on. It is a bit gloomy, but it's dry. And the supporters inside the ground have waited patiently since 12:30. Are going to be rewarded with a little bit of cricket. So here's James again. He's got 26.2 overs left in theory tonight. That's edged. Oh, and put down by Brett Hutton. Second chance put down by Hutton in this innings. First one off Bohannon, and he almost had 2 bites at the cherry. But dropped Bohannon on 85.
Just looped almost gently to him, didn't it? To his right, Brett Hutton at first slip. It was his. Ben Duckett quite rightly left it to him, and he had it. And it just slipped from his grasp. Lyndon James kicked out in frustration.
In again to Bohannon, and that's defended up onto his toes. Bit of extra bounce there, perhaps. It appeared it. So we got a little quicker to him than he was expecting. End of that slightly lengthy over that started at 12:30. But 195 for 1, the lead of 160 runs.
Clearly we don't know how much cricket we're going to get here. I wonder if we're just going to see a replay here of Lyndon James bowling, and yeah, it was almost like catching practice that the coaches do with the slip cordon in the morning. Poor old Brett Hutton, as you say, that's a couple he's put down in this innings. Going to be Ollie Stone to bowl the second over. Yeah, we don't know how much cricket we're going to get, but clearly both sides have got to imagine that you're going to get the 26 overs in. And it's going to be all about really just establishing, for Lancashire, establishing this lead and building it and moving into a position where they can really be in the strongest of positions, maybe about midday tomorrow. Might look to bat to if they get through tonight. There's Ollie Stone round the wicket, bowls to Balderson, who runs it to backward point, and there's no run. If they have a good 26 overs tonight, get another 100 or so, and then take that lead somewhere between 300 and 350 by midday tomorrow. It's all supposition at the moment, but they'll be in a very strong position. Nottinghamshire, meanwhile, I think they could do with this being a shorter than 26 over period. They won't want Lancashire out there for too long building up that lead, but the cricket that they do have, not so going to want wickets. They're going to have to derail this Lancashire train. Good delivery there that goes through to the keeper. Of course, some individual milestones, as we said. Did you say George Balderson yet to register a century?
That's right. A first-class century. He picked up a one-day century last year for Lancashire at Kent, but he's top scorer in first-class cricket of 97, so he's 10 away from doing something he's never done before.
So he sat on that for 4.5 hours in the dressing room, contemplating what that would mean to him. He was put down twice yesterday, Duckett and Hutton. Ollie Stone leaves behind a pile of soggy looking sawdust. Bowls to Balderson, who runs it to Slater at point, and there's no run. 195 for 1.
And you've got the added equation here that this cannot be easy to bat. No. This looks particularly tricky under pretty average light. I mean, they'd be pleased they're out there playing. Let's not, hide away from that fact. I'm not saying that Lancashire don't want to be playing. Absolutely, of course they do. That doesn't mean that this is not going to be tricky against a very good attack in pretty poor light.
Stone once more. Past umpire Bailey. Bowls and plenty of time, seemingly, for Balderson to just get on the front foot, nudge that up to Luke Fletcher at mid-off, and there's no run. When we were last on commentary, around about 12:30, we were just sort of saying the umpires are taking them off, and it did seem as if the batters weren't overly keen in going, but again, seemingly always in these cases, the umpires and the ground staff absolutely spot on, because within a minute or two, down came the rain. Here is Stone round the wicket. Bowls a short delivery that Balderson has to bob underneath. Goes through to the keeper, and we still await the first run after the resumption.
Yeah, you occasionally do see that, don't you? The players went off. If it was raining, it was very, very light, but it was with the view that there was something imminent, and as you say, within a couple of minutes it absolutely poured it down.
Yeah.
Then it quickly dried off. It was a very short, sharp shower, but it dumped a lot of water. Took quite a bit of cleaning up.
But there has been a lot of intermittent light showers since. As Stone bowls again, Balderson will get down the other end from the final ball of that Stone over. The first run since the resumption takes him to 91. It's 196 for 1, and Lancashire's lead is 161. Here on BBC Radio Nottingham and BBC Radio's Manchester and Lancashire, where a lot of the listeners will have been following the Manchester City game this afternoon, which we were able to keep up to speed with over the last couple of hours. Made a change from watching it rain and watching the grass grow.
Kept us occupied, not thinking about the scones.
No. Probably 50 spectators we can see. Maybe being a little charitable. Oh, perhaps there's a few more. There's Lyndon James in. Bowls. There'll be an update for Radio Nottingham in just a moment. This is steered to Slater behind square. And there's no run. 196 for 1. This is the 50th over of the innings. Not been a deal of cricket played today. Taunton seems to have had a decent amount down there. The match between Somerset and Northants, and in the Rachel Hayo Trophy, wins for the Blaze earlier on, and cricket still going on at Old Trafford, where the Thunder are playing. So it's gone through to the keeper. No run.
Yeah, the Central Sparks need 88 to win from 21 overs, with 7 wickets left to beat Thunder at Emirates Old Trafford.
There's Lyndon James. To bowl to Balderson. This one nips back into him.
Yeah, it does, doesn't it? Slightly awkward length, and then it just comes back in towards him and flicks it away to mid-wicket. Of course, these two have got through the spells of Hutton and Fletcher, and then Broad and Stone, and then Mullaney came into the attack, didn't he, before we went off for rain. Bowling in tandem with Lyndon James.
James in again. Balderson defence.
A proper examination for these two.
It's just going to be that radio update any second. We're watching cricket, Mark. We're actually watching cricket. The second over The second full over of the restart is currently being bowled. Lyndon James is bowling it, and he's a very frustrated young man, Lyndon James, because with just the second ball after we got back on, after 4.5 hours of watching it rain, Lyndon James had Josh Bohannon dropped. It was a chance at slip that normally Brett Hutton would expect to take, whether it was a greasy ball, whether, I don't know, lack of concentration or whatever it was, straight away after the restart, but down went the chance. So Lancashire still just 1 wicket down. They're in a strong position, 196 for 1, leading by 161. We should play until 6:30, but it's very, very dark overhead. Did indeed, yeah, I'm being a good lad. Yep. 196 for 1 at the end of the over. Bohannon and Balderson have added 181, and it's going to be Ollie Stone to continue. In case just wondered there, I was just being asked if we managed to resist the. Did he call them scones or scones? I might have to have a word with Mark Dennis. I think he called them scones. That's the scones, isn't he, on the end?
Close of play in the games between Essex and Surrey, and Hampshire and Warwickshire in Division 1, and Derbyshire, Leicestershire and Worcestershire, Sussex in Division 2. Still hanging on for potentially more play between Yorkshire and Glamorgan. It's Stone to Bohannon. It's defended into the offside, no run.
Louis says, spoiler alert, Dave, some of us will follow the footy on BBC Sounds after we've listened to the cricket.
Oh,
please don't tell us any results.
Fair enough. Keep that to ourselves.
Yeah. Shan't tell you what went off in the coronation either, Louis, whether it happened or not.
That'd be a twist, wouldn't it? Actually, I don't quite fancy it. It's Stone to Bohannon. Flicked out through the onside. Beautiful shot to the right of mid-on. Bohannon moves to 89 not out. Brings up the 200 for Lancashire in glorious style. Flashed away through and wide mid-on for 4 runs. 200 for 1, the lead of 165 now.
Yeah, sorry, I was just looking upwards. And
I think it's raining too. Is that what you're about to say? I think there's a little bit of rain in the air. I do, I agree.
There's no brollies, so maybe not. We did this morning seem to have 1 or 2 that we're almost, I can understand this, we're almost allergic to water, because there was hardly a spit or a spot, and up in the brollies, straight away up in the brollies, like a meerkat's nose. Up they popped.
Stone from the Radcliffe Road end to come over the wicket, right arm over the wicket to Bohannon. It's off his toes, carving this one away through the offside. Ben Slater scoops up the ball. Bohannon quickly shuffles back for 2. Desperate for every run they can get. They're not quite sure how long we might be out here for. 202 for 1 now, lead of 167.
Grandstaff have disappeared for a well-deserved cuppa. They generally, well, always on top of things with regards to the weather. They're not loitering with intent to bring the hover cover back on. So maybe it's just my imagination, but I thought we could just see a few spots.
Not just you. If you're imagining it, so am I. Here comes Stone in and bowls. That's cut away through the offside. And Slater will come up here to field. Bohannon gets a single. So he's to 92 not out. Lancashire 203 for 1. Lead of 168 runs.
It's not very pleasant, whatever, even if it's
not.
Even if it's not raining, it's cold, it's chilly, it's dark. And for the Nottinghamshire side, it's a little frustrating there. Look up at a scoreboard of 203 for 1. They bowled Lancashire out for 214 in the first innings. Get a chance and then down it goes.
Stone come around the wicket to Balderson. Edged, gone, taken by Duckett. And Balderson falls 9 runs shy of reaching his first class century. But it's a superbly put together 91 by Lancashire's young all-rounder. 91 from 209 minutes and 153 balls and 16 fours, but Duckett with the catch, having put him down earlier on in the innings. Second wicket to fall, 203 for 2, Lancashire's lead of 168. And well battered George Balderson, even though I'm sure he'll be mightily frustrated that he couldn't convert his 91 into 3 figures. You could see the disappointment on his body as he turned away and had to trudge back towards the dressing room, but well battered.
Yep, very well battered indeed. A top order wicket as well for Ollie Stone after knocking over 10 and 11 in the first innings, so he'll be pleased about that. There's Dane Vilas on his way out to the middle. Now in the first innings, correct me if I'm wrong, didn't Stephen Croft come in ahead of Dane Vilas?
He did.
So what do you read into that, if anything?
I have no idea. It's a flexible batting order. Captain said I quite fancy it, so off he pops.
I mean, he could have gone out there with I don't know, positive intent just to control and dictate the pace and increase the tempo. It might be that Stevens I don't know, nursing a huge hangover. Who knows? Who knows? Won't be that, of course, but I've changed the order slightly. 203 for 2, and I think it is raining, I really do. But here's Stone.
Into Vilas, who defends.
And of course, he was on a king pair, wasn't he?
He was, yeah.
It's got to be raining, surely.
It definitely is, but
still can't see. Oh, here come the ground staff now.
Yeah, we're going off. 203 for 2. Players are heading off. There's rain falling at Trent Bridge. Lead of 168. Wicket for Stone. Balderson the man out in that little short period of time, but rain is falling yet again.
So we've had, so see, quickly doing the old Rachel Riley's here, 21 balls, 8 for 1. 8 runs, 1 wicket, a drop as well, and Lancashire 203 for 2. There's the score, and it's hugely frustrating, to say the very least, but off they go, and remains to be seen if they'll come back out again. We hope so. Of course, when they return, we'll return. Until then, once again, Scott and I resort to our previous occupation of watching it rain and watching the grass grow. Hugely frustrating. Lancashire 203 for 2. Josh Bohannon 92 not out, but he's lost his partner. George Balderson dismissed. Court, Duckett, Bolt, Stone for 91. When the players return, so will we. I've seen there on the live stream, the filthiest of black clouds has just thankfully just blown away, and the umpires had only got as far as the pavilion, and they decided to turn and head back to the middle. So thankfully only a brief stoppage, and we're going to get going again, unless there's some more rain to follow. The stumps are in at the far end. Umpire Saggers end. Umpire Bailey puts in the bits of wood at this end. The 3 blue stumps and the 2 green bales will go on the top. So I'm going to carry on with Lyndon James bowling. Had 21 deliveries so far, 8 runs added for Lancashire from where they were at 12:30 when they went off for the prolonged period of rain. But George Balderson has gone for 91. Josh Bohannon, he will still be eyeing up his century. He's 92 not out, and he's been joined by the Lancashire skipper Dane Vilas. Board showing that we've not lost any overs. Don't know if keep an eye on that just to make sure it's as we were. At 23 overs still remain. 20 past 5 now. 23 overs. If we get them all in, it's going to take us to what, 10 to 7 at the earliest, but maybe dark by then. Here's Lyndon James in to Josh Bohannon. Takes top hand off the bat handle as he drives into the cover region where Stephen Mullaney makes the stop. We often see Mullaney at mid-on and mid-off, but Luke Fletcher and Stuart Broad have bagged those places. 2 big lads. Lyndon James, who doesn't lose anything to either of them in his physical appearance. Another tall young man. This down the leg side, nicely taken by Joe Clark. Lyndon James into just his 6th over, none for 21. Should have had Bohannon on 85. Brett Hutton will be very pleased when he clings on to his next opportunity. Put 2 down. James bowls, edged. Duckett catches this one, and Bohannon goes in the 90s. The nervous, naughty 90s have accounted for Balderson, and now Bohannon out for 92, and Lyndon James does get his reward. Josh Bohannon caught by Ben Duckett, and Lancashire are 203 for 3. Josh Bohannon caught Duckett, bowled Lyndon James at the crease for 3 hours, 132 balls, hit 13 fours, just pushed at the medium fast bowler Lyndon James, and he nicked it through to second slip Ben Duckett, who took it low down in front of him. Nice clean catch by Ben Duckett, and that's 2 out of 2 for Ben Duckett. Had a nice view of that just coming towards him and gobbled it up, and Nottinghamshire will be very pleased that they've managed to get on after that lengthy delay. Brings Stephen Croft to the crease, so clearly no issue with Stephen Croft. We did wonder why in the first innings he came in ahead of Dane Vilas, but Vilas came in at 4. Well, it's only a matter of moments before he's followed his skipper out to the middle. So Lancashire losing a couple of wickets on 203. That lead's still 168. The much better mood in the Nottinghamshire camp now, you'd imagine. Created 3 opportunities, 2 of them taken. The ground staff are still by the hover cover, it should be said. Lyndon James into the new man, and Stephen Croft just on the front foot pushes it up to Luke Fletcher at mid-on, and there's no run. Suspect, folks, from the ground staff's actions and the close proximity they are to the hover cover, that all might not be well out there in the next minute or two with regards to the weather. Somebody right behind the bowler's arm in a bright yellow top that Stephen Croft asked to be moved along. Here's Lyndon James into Croft, who lets this go through to Joe Clark. Scott's back with me. 203, the Lancashire's bogey number.
Clearly. Did enjoy the fact that when Stephen Croft came out to bat and they put the picture up of him on the electronic scoreboard, they used him in his T20 kit. So is that an indication?
Well, they did at the start of the match, so we've clearly not got one of them in a white strip anywhere.
I just thought it may be a clue as to what he's going to do. Come out swinging.
Well, it may be. Lyndon James into the swinger, and he's away with an open face, runs it away down on an angle of 45 degrees. Matthew Montgomery's after it, and a couple of runs. 205 for 3. Lancashire's lead is 170 with 7 wickets in hand, but reward there for Lyndon James. He had a drop, and then he's had a wicket.
Yes.
And in this innings, 1 for Fletcher, 1 for Stone, and now 1 for Lyndon James. 205 for 3.
Oh, it's a good catch too, wasn't it, from Duckett?
Yeah.
I feel a little better about things, having dropped a couple a little bit earlier on. He's picked up a catch to dismiss both Balderson and Bohannon. Oh, hang on. Are we going off? We're going off. Is that rain or is it light?
Certainly had the light meters out.
Yeah, I think it's light. I can't see much rain. Can't see much rain around. Cover cover's being dragged on, but I'm wondering whether it might well be a light issue to begin with. So we're off again.
205 for 3. So where are we? From 12:30 to 5 o'clock, no cricket, with the score 195 for 1. They restarted. Second ball in, there was a drop as Josh Bohannon on 85 was put down. Then a wicket out of George Balderson. Fell for 91, caught Duckett, bowled Ollie Stone. Let's just there we go, let's mute the hover cover. That was 203 for 2. They went off for a matter of moments, just got back to the dressing room. The umpires called them back out again, and then when they restarted, Josh Bohannon, with the score still on 203 for 3, was again also caught by Duckett, this time off Lyndon James. A couple of runs added to Stephen Croft, who's underway, 2 not out. Dane Beales yet to score, he's only faced 1 ball. 205 for 3. Lancashire lead by 170. The umpires are still in the middle, as if this might only be another brief one. But I suppose duty of care, can't have the cricketers getting wet. They've well, of course, primarily it's kind of the strip getting wet, but they've hung around in the middle just to chat to the ground staff. And we should have 21 overs more cricket, but of course, the longer we're off, the more overs we lose.
Yeah. As we did, lost quite a bit, haven't we, already today? Blimey, full session this afternoon. They're staying out there, aren't they? But the pitch has been covered, so whether there is a little bit of rain floating around, we can't. I can't imagine absorbing too much longer, really.
No.
But to be fair to the it's raining
yep.
pretty firmly now, isn't it? The ground staff have worked really hard. The umpires have done it, I think, given every single chance to try and get out there and play. But yeah, there's definitely pretty heavy rain falling now.
Closing in on 5:30. Just having a look. Yeah, they're going to go back to the pavilion. The umpires. It is drizzling. They got as far as the gate last time and it stopped, and they brought them back.
Yeah.
Where's your money, Scott? Where's your money? Is it going to stop?
It's just going to be difficult, isn't it? It's kind of these little passing showers, get the odd little dark cloud above us, don't we? And then
I'll tell you who will be hugely disappointed, and that of course is both George Balderson and Josh Bohannon. They'll have sat there in the dressing room, as we said, for 4.5 hours or so, eyeing up a century in Balderson's case, something he's never got to before. Bohannon has several first-class hundreds, but he will have been looking forward to getting one here at Trent Bridge and going on and really making it a masterpiece century. Played beautifully in both innings, and for both of them, both their dreams have disappeared in the gloom here at Trent Bridge. They're both nibbled and paid the price.
Yeah, I think they'll both take an enormous amount from the way that they've performed with the bat yesterday, through the course of yesterday afternoon when they batted through the afternoon session, and then in the bits and pieces we had this morning, and then when we eventually got ourselves underway. So I think they'll be both really proud of their efforts. Like Hamid earlier on in the match, and really high, real display of very high skill batting, great judgment on show. Yes, a little bit of good fortune on the way, but that's going to be required. I think the bowlers have dominated. As a batter, you need a bit of good luck to keep you going a little bit. But I think really for obviously Josh Bohannon's a much more established player now. He's kind of got number 3 nailed down as his position for Lancashire. For Balderson, that's a really important knock. I know it would be really disappointing that he's not gone over the line to make it to 3 figures, but I feel like it's a really significant moment in his young career so far, that he's contributed so importantly and with great skill at the very top of the order in very testing conditions.
Somewhat ironically dropped on 4 by Duckett, and it's Ben Duckett who eventually clung on to one with him on 91 and took another pretty decent, if not routine, slip catch to get rid of Josh Bohannon for 92. The umpires haven't disappeared again, that's why we're just sort of hanging on. We very often say when the players come back, we'll come back, but we can still see both umpires loitering with intent in front of the pavilion. There's one brolly up in front of the pavilion, but that's a very low percentage of the people that are in the ground. Again, maybe 50-60 people, there's one brolly, so that, read into that what you will. You really have to peer hard towards the black Batman board if you're at our end of the ground. The black bits on the black Batman board, that's where you can generally see the spots of rain standing out, and can't see any at the moment. The ground staff they're dispersing. Is this to move the hover cover, or in fact the umpires are coming back out, but they're holding their hats this time. Made reference to the fact they were wearing them last time they walked out. Now they're holding them, so this is I think a little bit of an exploratory mission, isn't it? A journey of discovery out to the middle to see how wet it is, what the ground staff think. Maybe even Steve Burke's the head groundsman. Well, certainly he'll have had his radar there. They look to start up the hover cover, and then they've quelled it and quashed it and quietened it again. We'll just have to see, but I think it's worth hanging on, Scott, isn't it? I don't think they're in any hurry to call this off for the day. They're going to try and get them back on if they can, and they are. They're going to move the hover cover. So again, just there we go. We'll deaden the noise coming from outside, just so you're not subjected to that very loud, almost motorcycle engine noise as the hover cover is whisked away. Away it goes on its mattress of air, and the umpires are left on their own with bits of wood to stick in yet again, with Lancashire 205 for 3. Won't be seeing the funny side of this Lancashire, I don't think. 10-minute passage of play, lost a wicket. Another 10-minute passage of play, lost a wicket. Yeah, no, it's not ideal, is it? But you just got to crack on with it. That's just the way it is, isn't it? You just got to crack on with it, and there's potentially, hopefully, a decent chunk still left. I don't know. Well, I lost maybe a little bit more time with that delay, but I was just going to say they're on the walkie-talkie now, or umpire Bailey he's on the walkie-talkie, presumably to the scorers.
I mean, both teams want to win the game. I get that. Lancashire are in a position a stronger position at the minute than Nottinghamshire. So yes, it's difficult. Yes, you ain't happy. You're on and off, and you've lost a couple of batters that were well set. But you'd rather be out there than sat in the dressing room. You can't do much, can you? Sat there. So it represents still a very good opportunity this for Villas and for Croft. Potentially have maybe 18, 19 overs tonight and try and push that lead up to and beyond 200 if they can.
We've seen one slight change in the order: Vilas, Croft, Croft, Vilas. Next man to come in the first innings on the card, George Bell, but then Colin de Grandhomme. I mean, I've seen him do a little bit of biffing and boshing over the years. If they do look to accelerate quickly this evening, he may be the one to come in and get on with it, Colin. Possibly,
yeah, possibly. Bell's battered ahead of de Grandhomme so far this season, has batted beautifully in that position at 6, but yeah, could be.
Just to say, the players are back out there. Here come the 2 batters. Ball's in the hand of Ollie Stone. The board is still saying to bowl 21 overs, which means we don't think we have lost any.
It hasn't been adjusted yet, has it? No, it's still saying 21.
Police car goes by the ground, just saw it for a fraction of a second before it disappeared behind the new build, the care homes. 72 rooms, we understand, going to be in that care home. There's Ollie Stone and here's Scott.
So Villas on strike, he's still on naught, and Stone is in and bowling. Ooh, that's a lively delivery that deflects off some part of the body of Dane Villas and drops down to duck it.
Sort of chested it away, didn't he?
He did, yeah. Off the beating chest of Lancashire's captain. Stephen Croft has a little wander down. You're right there, skipper. Yeah, I'm fine.
One South African out there in the middle, another one away to our left. Walking around the boundary, Dane Patterson, not involved in this game.
It's a bit of a luxury, isn't it? Stone again to Villas. Just drops it into the offside. Slater at extra cover fields, no run.
I wonder if you'll need to find your list of Dane Vilas pairs.
Oh yeah, I can't imagine there've been many, if any, during his certainly during his time with Lancashire.
He won't get one, says he, trying to.
That's just cruel of you, is that? Cruel.
I've seen him score enough runs against Notts, thank you very much.
Stone to Villas. Just run away into the offside, but there's no run coming off the toe end of the bat by the looks of it, with the way he looked at his bat afterwards. And Croft comes down the pitch and Villas is kicking a little bit of dust away. Umpires making notes into his book. There's all sorts going on. Double checking everything's all right. Still see it, we've not lost.
Like a traffic warden, isn't he? He's making all sorts of notes. Yeah?
Not lost any time for that delay. Stone again. Villas still on naught. Gets a run this time. He's worked off his pads to the right of Fletcher at mid-on. Villas gets going. He moves on to 1. Lancashire at 206 for 3. Lead of 171 runs.
Big lead. Big lead. Of course, plenty of players to come. I think it's very much within Lancashire's gift to decide in the morning how many they want to set Nottinghamshire, or how long they'll want to give themselves to bowl Notts out. But of course, we'll have to see on the weather when we pole up in the morning.
Stone to Croft this time. And he just guides that very nicely away through the offside towards deep backward point, and they'll come back for 3. It's very good running. By the time that Lyndon James catches up with the ball, sends it in towards the keeper, they've run 3, and I think the pace that Stone's bowling at, Croft just able to use that to guide the ball out towards deep backward point. So he's on to 5. Lancashire 209 for 3.
I think the forecast is much better tomorrow, in that they say there might be the odd shower around, but should also be fairly lengthy periods where it is dry. So Hopefully we could be pretty close to as many overs as the two sides need.
Final ball of the over for Stone. And Villas gets right in behind and defends up to his fellow captain. Stephen Mullaney has produced a white towel from the back of his trousers somewhere to dry the ball. End of the over, 209 for 3, so the lead now 174. 20 overs potentially remaining tonight.
Just looking at Ollie Stone down on the ground. I don't know if he's got some soil in his studs that he's trying to kick off, but frantically kicking away down on the ground there. I can only imagine it's still a little damp, and he gets back to his feet. Ground staff have completely disappeared now, gone away for a well-deserved cuppa. Had a busy few minutes, didn't they?
Well, they did.
Covers on, covers off, covers up, covers on, covers off. All that after a fairly lengthy period, getting on for an hour, where they were getting the ground ready. 2 or 3 umpires' inspections. Here's Lyndon James from the pavilion end. Bowls to Croft, right up there, full, and Croft digs it out as far as Stephen Mullaney, the Nottinghamshire captain. 209 for 3. The lead 174. That second wicket partnership 188 between Bohannon and Balderson, and then the third wicket partnership 0. You know, how often does that sort of thing happen in cricket? Lyndon James in, and this is played up to Fletcher at mid-on, no run.
Well, it's brought together 2 of the most experienced players in the Lancashire team. Senior pros in the dressing room, Dame Villas and Stephen Croft. Croft, of course, playing his 200th first-class match for Lancashire. First player to reach that landmark for the club since his head coach, Glenn Chappell, did it in 2007.
Here's James. To bowl to Croft. He's on 5, and this one just nips away from him. Goes through to wicket-keeper Clark. Still 2 slips, Houghton and Duckett, who've had contrasting days. Matthew Montgomery, sort of either a deepish gully or a short third man, you take your pick. Seabermead out on the deep point boundary, Mullaney at extra cover, and Stuart Broad at mid-off. They're the 6 on the offside. As James bowls again, Croft runs it as far as Montgomery, no run. On the leg side, Slater at long leg, Ollie Stone at mid-wicket, Luke Fletcher at mid-on. Fletcher with the first wicket to fall, that was yesterday, that of Luke Wells. And nothing for Nottinghamshire this morning in the 90 minutes of play, but more recently wickets for James and Stone. This one again run as far as Montgomery, and down the track comes Dane Villas, sent back by Croft. Montgomery urged to throw it at the far end. He does so, but misses the target. But I think Villas would have comfortably made his ground in any case. 209 for 3. It remains. And 15 wickets on the first day. Next ball hit him on the pad, and that must be close. Given not out. Just wonder why that wasn't given. There was obviously a reason. Bat presumably ought to be right up, hitting him on the toe in front of all 3, but it was a muted appeal in the end. So maybe those of you watching the live stream will have seen, as I do now. Oh, it's the bat. Yeah, that's definitely why you're not going to get an LBW. Rob Bailey quick to turn that one down. Saw my umpires out. Yeah, it is. Of course, they have changed over. It is Rob Bailey at the far end. Martin Saggers closest to us as Ollie Stone roars past him and bowls to Dane Villas, who picked his man there. A little push and run towards Luke Fletcher. Take the single. 210 for 3. I think we've probably lost some time here, because the board now showing 15.5 overs. So I think we've maybe lost a little bit of time there. Stone into Croft, who's on 5, tries to cut this away but can't. Suspect we maybe lost 4 overs. Stephen Mullaney, the Notts captain, not happy with the ball. Throws it to umpire Saggers, who will then take it across to umpire Bailey. Don't know why both umpires don't have these bits of card that they can put the ball through to see if it passes the test. It always seems whichever one they go to, it's the other one that's got the bit of card. And they are going to change the ball, which Notts will be pleased about, I'm sure, because even though it's not going to be as wet as it was out there, the ground staff have been round with the ropes and the squeegees and everything, I'm sure the ball will be a little damper than ideal. What are we waiting for now? Don't know. Absolutely no idea. Again, this all adds to the frustration of everybody that's waited forever and ever and a day. Well, Rob Bailey was going to go and get the suitcase, and umpire Saggers has maybe said, well, I've left the suitcase in the umpire's room and I've got the key, Rob, so I'd better go. So he goes scuttling off. So another unnecessary delay. Scott's back to clear up the mystery of how many overs we've lost. I think we've probably lost 4. 15 overs after this one, something of that order. It just suddenly changed, I think, from 21 or 20.
I didn't notice until you just mentioned it.
But I don't know.
What are we waiting for now? What's going on? I've been next door doing the update. What are we waiting for?
Well, Stephen Mullaney offered the ball to the umpire at this end, who walked to the umpire at the other end, Rob Bailey, and Rob Bailey set off walking towards the pavilion, and then must have realised that the suitcase with the spare balls in hadn't been brought out of the umpire's room, and then I presume it was umpire Saggers who had the key for the umpire's room, because Rob Bailey came back and umpire Saggers ran off. So it's all a little bit of Fred Carno's circus out there at the moment. 210 for 3. I think by the time they do find a replacement ball, it'll be raining again.
It'll be tomorrow morning.
Yeah. Of course, he's done the right thing here. He's lobbed it straight to Stuart Broad. Broad would... No, it's not. It's Brett Hutton, I beg his pardon. Brett Hutton's got the ball and giving it an inquisitive peer. Where is Stuart Broad?
He's over there. He's not over there chatting to the...
No,
he's not there, is he? No, he's not out, is he? No, he's not. Keeping his feet up nice and warm in the dressing room.
Wherefore art thou, Stuart? Yeah. Yeah, that's Broady on the deep square leg boundary.
Oh, there he is. He's not got his sun hat on, has he? He's got his cap on. That's what's fooled me. Right, here's Stone. We continue after a lengthy delay into Croft. Cries of catch. He's driving to just behind square on the offside. Comes back for 2. Moves on to 7. 212 for 3.
So I was just suggesting that Notts might like this as a changed ball, clearly a drier ball, but first delivery with it's hit out into the deep, and if there is any moisture out there lurking in the far-flung regions of Trent Bridge, the ball probably found it then.
It's been up in the air a little while, but never going to reach the backward point. Stone again to Croft. Oh, that's a good ball. That beats Croft through to the keeper. May just dropped his hands at the last moment. Croft.
In the long stoppage, there were 1 or 2 people on the there on the concourse just keeping dry. Had a nat or 2, and they're saying Ollie Stone likes a little bit of word with the batsman, doesn't he? Because he was getting a bit fired up this morning, wasn't he, with Balderson and Bohannon. Had a word with both of them.
He's such a lovely lad.
He is. He is.
He's a right mean fast bowler as well.
Nasty fasty.
Croft waits. Gets in behind this delivery from Stone and defends, no run.
I don't think he'll get any change out of Stephen Croft or Dane Vilas, though, if he has a word with them. They've been round the block a few times. Heard it all before.
Final ball of this protracted over from Ollie Stone.
Yeah.
Sets off again. Croft waiting, couple of slips in place. And Croft hopping right in behind it and defending. And Slater at cover fields, and there's no run. 212-3, lead of 177. Potentially 15 overs tonight, but it's been so unpredictable.
Yeah.
The light and the rain, difficult to tell what we'll get in.
Yes, if you say, well, I'll be surprised if we get them in, you can guarantee we will, and whatever. And again, it's just playing with numbers, just trying to imagine how many Lancashire would feel comfortable with until you rack up tomorrow and just see what sort of day it is and what the more accurate forecast for tomorrow is, how long they might have to bowl Nottinghamshire out to win the game. How many runs would they want? All sorts of things to balance. As here's an LBW shout, asking, given eventually. Finger goes up from umpire Bailey, and Lyndon James has got another one, and Dane Vilas has had he might have the last laugh in terms of the eventual outcome of this game, but with the bat 0-2. He's had happier visits to Trent Bridge in the past, giving out LBW to Dane Vilas for 2. He was on the front foot, it did look straight, but he did look to be quite some way down. It's I guess it's one of those. On another day he might have just benefit of the doubt, but he's been sent on his way, and it's 212 for 4.
Yeah, feel a bit for Dane Vilas. It's not quite happening for him at the start of this season. Another low score, 0 in the first innings, 2 in the second. Wasn't happy with the decision, wasn't he? But yeah, you feel for him. He's not quite got his season going yet with the bat. And Lyndon James gets his second wicket. Well, things are bubbling on, aren't they? They've been bouncing on at a pretty big pace all through the course of the game. This could be the replay of the LBW. Have a little look, make your mind up.
It doesn't look as far forward on the replay to me as it did in real life, and I can see why it was given, but on another day. Anyway, ding ding. It's not going to be Colin de Grandhomme, Charles de Gaulle. It's George Bell. Just noticed yesterday that Colin de Grandhomme CDG. It's the same as if you ever fly into Paris, you get one of those tickets for your luggage, don't you? That's a CDG. Colin de Grandhomme must fly to Paris an awful lot just to see his name on the stickers. But it is ding ding. George Bell, 212 for 4. I like the cut of his jib. I like the cut of Lyndon James's jib as well. He's had 2 wickets in this spell. Could have had another one as well with the drop going down. Here he comes in to bowl to George Bell. Good delivery first up. Past the outside edge and through to the keeper. You've seen the replay, Scott. When you're reviewing it, you're at the other end. Oh, I'd review that, skipper.
I think I'd be reviewing that, yeah, if I was at the other end. You might not lose it, might be umpire's call. Yeah, I think I'd be reviewing that.
Try to call it as we see it. Without the replay, I thought he'd got a pretty decent lunge forward as James comes in all down the leg side. Well taken by Joe Clark. On the replay, I thought it looked out, but anyway, it's given. It doesn't matter what any of us think, really. And 1 or 2 in this game where we've sort of gone on both sides, isn't there?
Probably one of those decisions where if he's not going your way and he's not really having a bit of a break at the minute, isn't Dane Vilas?
Exactly.
These things go against you.
Yeah, exactly. So Lyndon James 2 for 23 so far. He's in his 8th over. Bowls now, and George Bell just takes a half a pace out of his crease, but having got there, doesn't try and make contact with the ball. Who's taller then? Ben Duckett, number 17, or George Bell, number 17?
Don't know. Is there the official heights in Playfair? I think they are, aren't they?
I don't know.
Let's have a look.
Don't know. Both, of course, fully paid up members of the Wicket Keepers Union, although Duckett probably better known for his batting skills than his keeping skills. Lyndon James in now, nicely defended by George Bell. 212 for 4, Lancashire leading by 177.
Well, Playfair have got Ben Duckett's height as
4'6",
has been 5'7".
No,
that's what it says in Playfair, but they don't have the height for George Bell.
Why?
Absolutely no idea. That's the editor of Playfair.
212 for 4. Bell is on naught. He's edged this along the ground to Ben Duckett, who has the wherewithal to immediately shy at the stumps and misses. Well, you've interviewed George Bell. You're a little lad. Is he taller than you?
I honestly can't remember. I honestly can't remember. I don't think so. He's a good player.
He is indeed. Yes, he's been highly impressive. So has Ben Duckett. Missed out in the first innings, but my word, he was terrific at Lords in the last game. 177. His dad was there to watch him. Very much enjoyed meeting and chatting to Ben's dad. Just nicely tuning up, ready for the Ashes, and he's looking forward to that. Should be a great series, and wish him well. There's Ollie Stone.
Croft on 7. Stone is in and balls. Oh, and Croft goes after that. Taken by the keeper. Just trying to force the ball away off the back foot.
I've been proved right in one thing today. I did say to one or two people I was talking to, I think whatever happens, Notts won't get Croft and Vealhouse out as cheaply as they did in the first innings. They got 8 between them in the first innings. Well, already they've got 9. Vealhouse out for 2. Croft is 7 not out. So I was right in that, but maybe only just. He's very close to nicking that.
That's fallen left by Croft through to Clark. No run.
Win for the Blaze today in the Rachel Hayo Trophy match up at Chesterley Street. Grace Ballinger picking up 3 wickets for the Blaze, 7 for Nadine de Klerk. Here is Ollie Stone. Grace Ballinger with us tomorrow.
Stone to Croft over the wicket balls. It's pushed away off the front foot. Gets underneath the body of Montgomery at Gully. Picked up by Lyndon James, who comes up from the 3rd man boundary. Croft moves to 8, 213 for 4. Lead of 178 runs. Have you got the score at Emirates Old Trafford?
I'll have a look in a moment. I've just got Radio Nottingham.
I'll have a look. There's 4.4 overs left for the Central Sparks. It's been reduced this game. It's a DLS run chase. Central Sparks need 32 runs to win from 4.4 overs with 4 wickets in hand. This is Stone to Bell. It's just pushed off the pads, back down the pitch. Fletcher comes round from mid-on to field, and there's no run.
It's funny how sometimes these things just fall into place for you, because when we went off at 12:30, Lyndon James was bowling halfway through an over. So he had to continue when they came back out, and he's been superb, hasn't he? Although Ollie Stone, not so good news.
No.
Ollie Stone, 4 balls into this over, is taking his sweater and cap from the umpire. Doesn't look as you can see, those of you watching the live stream. If you can't, Ollie Stone's limping off, doesn't look too happy. Shake of the head there. Joe Clark's come over, put an arm around him. Ben Duckett also offers a little bit of commiserations, and Ollie Stone, who's had, well, just such a rotten run of injuries, has had to leave the field during an over, 4/6 of the way into his over, which is going to be completed by Stephen Mullaney, and that's no matter which county you support or whether you're a particular fan or not, that's just a real shame for a young talented sportsman who's had a wretched run of injuries and has clearly picked up another one.
Yeah, wish him a speedy recovery. That's not nice to see. Let's hope he's just thought maybe as a precaution that something's not quite right and I'll go off. There's Mullaney to Bell. That's flicked away through square leg. Hamid will pick it up. Bell gets a single.
Calvin Harrison on as the sub fielder. He's at deepish gully, backward point area. So Mullaney taking the ball. Guess that's probably the easiest option rather than trying to get Luke Fletcher or Stuart Broad ready on nothing more than just a second's notice.
He's just dabbed away into the onside by Croft. Off his back foot, drops it to mid-wicket and jogs through for one. Well, that's the end of the over that started with Stone and ends with Mullaney, but fingers crossed, fingers crossed he's just gone off there as a precaution, thinking something doesn't quite feel right. As you say, he's had a pretty torrid time.
Just the way he was shaking his head, and one or two of the other players coming over and putting an arm round him, it clearly wasn't good news for Ollie Stone. It's gone off now. Is that Luke Fletcher who's gone off?
Yeah.
So Notts are going to need another sub-fielder. Maybe that Fletcher's, I would imagine Fletcher didn't have his bowling boots on. Mullaney said, well, I'm going to want you to bowl the next over from this end. So Fletcher's just run off. And we've got another replacement on. I think that's James Hayes. I'll confirm that for you in a second when I can see him a little more clearly. Here's Lyndon James in to bowl to Croft, and he defends. Yeah, it is James Hayes. I was just making the point when we sort of alerted to Ollie Stone's issue that Notts sort of had to start with Lyndon James, didn't they? And he was completing an over, and straight away there was a drop. He found the edge, so understandably Stephen Mullaney more than happy to keep Lyndon going, and he's winkled out a couple of wickets since then. Comes in again and bowls, and Croft blocks it. 215 for 4. The lead is 180. 12 overs to go after this one. 6 o'clock. Suspect if they go off again for bad light or drizzle, that will be it. But if we are to get the next 12 overs in, going to be 40-45 minutes minimum. Lyndon James bowls to Croft, who withdraws the bat inside the line. A delivery just shaping away nicely. He's bowled with decent pace here and a little bit of nibble, and been very good from Lyndon. 2 for 23 his figures in his 9th over. Didn't bowl at all in the first innings, wasn't required to. 2 wickets to him, 1 to Fletcher, 1 to Stone. Just keeping half. In fact, Luke Fletcher is sat out there now in front of the pavilion with bowling boots on as Croft pulls this away short of a length. Praising Lyndon, and he's dropped that one short, and Croft has smashed it away into the far-flung reaches of the leg side for 4. It was a shot of some emphasis. A while since we've had a boundary.
Fletcher sat there, looks like a bouncer. You ain't coming through this door, mate. No chance.
Well, he's in all white, so he can, I suppose, sit in front of the pavilion there, whereas one or two of the members of the public that have sat behind the arm have sort of been asked to move along. 219 for 4. Does like bowling from this end, Luke Fletcher. Actually, I thought perhaps he might have stayed in the corridor there and just be getting himself ready, but could be the longest run up Luke Fletcher's ever done, as Lyndon James bowls to Stephen Croft, pushes it back to the bowler. He's going to have to run down the steps, through the gate, run out onto the outfield, run all the way to this end, get to the pile of sawdust, turn and run into bowl. Here he comes. He's starting it now. Look, there he comes. There's still a ball left in the over, but he started his run. There you are, look. You listen to your Uncle Dave, you'll be alright. Just getting himself ready. Linden bowls and Croft defends. 219 for 4. Here comes Fletch. Here comes Fletch. Off goes James Hayes going off, so Calvin Harrison's still out there, number 31. Interesting that England Supremo Stuart Broad has not been asked to bowl in this little session. In fact, Brett Hutton's going to bowl now. So may well be that Fletcher is going to replace Lyndon James from the pavilion end. Just looked for all the world as if we're getting Fletcher ready to bowl from this end. So the last 3 deliveries from this end have been bowled by Stone, Mullaney, and now it's going to be Hutton. Give them all a go.
Yeah. Rotating from the Radcliffe Road end, isn't he? Mullaney.
Bearded Brett.
He had a great first innings, didn't he? 5 for in the first innings. In and balls to Bell. Bell defends. Plays it back down the pitch, no run.
Didn't delay us for too long, did he? George Bell in the first innings caught Duckett, bowled Hutton for 5. Just before lunch on the first day.
Yeah.
That seems a long time ago.
It does. And that was another good catch, wasn't it? Duckett pouncing. Hudson to Bell. Drives it to Mullaney at mid-off, no run. 219 for 4. Lead of 184. We've got Stephen Croft and George Bell batting together. Bell wasn't born when Croft made his Lancashire debut.
Very few of us were.
Hutton in, balls left by Bell, taken by Clark. And there's no run.
Last century, wasn't it?
It's always nice to see this, though, isn't it? When you've got two guys, of which one wasn't born and was a boy when he's been watching Croft grow up, watching Croft bat, and now they're out there together in the middle. Hutton to Bell, in behind, defends it away into the offside, no run.
No, it wouldn't have been last century, would it? What am I saying? Wasn't playing 23 years ago, was he? Not far off, but not quite.
That boundary that you mentioned, the first boundary for a while, it was the first 4 for 44 balls. Hutton over the wicket, balls to Bell. It's defended to mid-on, there's no run. It's a quite slightly quirky feel, this, isn't it? Because Lancashire want to be out there to try and build their lead, but it's also they're not at the minute really going anywhere, and they've lost 2 wickets. 3 wickets.
They're 24 for 3 since 5 o'clock.
It's a session where, well, you want to get out and play because you want to score and you don't want to lose time, but you also do yourself a bit of damage in the process. It's a horrible time to be batting. Bell defending out towards backward point, and there's no run. That's the end of the over. So Brett Hutton starts his first spell from the Radcliffe Road end with a maiden. Lancashire 219 for 4, lead of 184 runs. Potentially 11 overs left tonight. I say potentially because the umpires are taking a meter reading.
Yeah. Let's see what they decide. Stuart Broad's just adding his. It's Luke Fletcher adding his 2 bobs worth. Sorry, gents. We've got to go off. That's what Martin Saggers has said.
And we're off.
There we are. I did think there was some merit in the days where you did ask the batters. You remember those days where, you know, in this sort of scenario, but then again, I suppose if the fielding team
don't want to be out there,
out there,
I think you've got to take it out of the players' hands, haven't you? I don't disagree with that rule. Let the umpires decide. It's either fit to play or not fit to play, and they decide.
Maybe counsel the thoughts of both sides. I don't know.
True, because actually Notts are probably thinking, well, as you mentioned, what Lancashire lost? 3 for 20?
24 for 3.
So maybe Notts are thinking, actually, you know what? It ain't easy to go out there and bat. Quite fancy taking some more wickets. So it's a fair point. Speak to the captain.
Could be tomorrow morning. We have Croft and Bell and de Grandhomme and Hartley and Bailey and co come out and flail us to all parts, and under a clear blue skies. I'm not saying that's what it will be, but right now, as you say, I think Lancashire would want to build on their lead. I think Notts would want to believe they can winkle a couple more out, but I struggle to think that we're going to get any more play today now, as it's after 6 o'clock and it's very, very gloomy, and they've clearly made their mind up that this might be it. So I think this will be it. Of course, if the players will return, but it may well be, Scott, that we're saying goodnight for the final time.
I think so.
Today. Not sure where we are. I'd still say Lancashire well ahead in the game. It's at a lead of 184.
Yeah.
Is that right?
Yeah.
Only 6 wickets left. You don't know, do you? Let's just hope, for the sake of cricket and for the sake of those that have planned their weekend around coming on Sunday, that it's a nice morning and a nice day, and we can get a pretty decent game of cricket in. There's nothing like a day where it's to and fro and all results possible, and you don't know at lunch who's going to win, you don't know at tea who's going to win, and what have you. It might be one of those days, it might not, but right now very much in limbo, with Lancashire ahead on points, shall we say. But that was a good mini session for Notts. Lancashire 219 for 4, leading by 184. From Scott Reed, myself, Dave Brayscott, thanks for your company today. It's been fairly prolonged, we accept that, but if they get back out, we will, but frankly, folks, I think it's highly unlikely. So we'll probably speak to you again at 5 to 11 tomorrow morning. Enjoy your Saturday evening.
Stephen, how big were those 3 breakthroughs towards the end of the day?
Yeah, huge. I think in the context of the game. Obviously, we didn't start as well as we wanted this morning. But credit to Josh Bohannon and George Balderson. I thought they played really well. And then obviously we got out there in some bowler-friendly conditions and managed to capitalise tonight before the close. And then sort of 4 wickets, 3 wickets today, 3 wickets today. Yeah, have put us in a position now where the game's probably back in the balance going into tomorrow, and it could be an exciting chance to win again.
Bowler-friendly conditions, you say, but psychologically, how difficult are those sessions as a field side? You were on and off quite a lot in those last couple of hours.
Yeah, I think it's difficult for both sides. Probably more so the batting side, to be fair. I think the challenge from a bowling side is to stay loose and make sure you have to be on it from ball one. But to get back in as a batter is probably more difficult than that. I thought Lyndon James was absolutely outstanding. Ollie, until he went off, was outstanding as well. Yeah, and obviously delighted to get them 3 wickets.
We've seen Lancashire score at quite a rate on the first day, but today they went 44 balls without a boundary. Was that part of the plan as well this evening?
It's always the plan not to go for any boundaries, but I think by our own admission we've not bowled as well as we have over the last couple of years. We pride ourselves on the run rate that we go at. Yeah, and Lancashire have capitalised on that and gotten a decent lick the whole game. But obviously very pleased to come back. I think they're 180 ahead, something like that, with 6 wickets left. So it's set up to be a really exciting game, and that's why we play.
And in the cricket we saw this morning, we saw Ollie Stone beat the bat on a number of occasions before he took those wickets later on. What has he brought to the group with his slightly different pace bowling approach? Yeah,
I think his figures in both innings really don't reflect how well he's bowled. He's definitely brought a lot of pace, that is for sure. I think he's he's bowling, I would suggest, upwards of 90 mile an hour there in most spells. Sorry. So yeah, he's brought that, but he's just a great guy to have around. He got left out at Lords, didn't sulk him on, got on with it, was a great 12th man. Great around the group. Yeah, just hopefully that injury, what he went off with, isn't too bad, and we can see him back out there very soon.
And a decent forecast tomorrow. What's the approach likely to be for day 4?
Well, bowl them out and chase the runs is the easiest way to sum up that. I think if we bowl like we did, obviously tonight, I think the weather's saying it's probably a bit better tomorrow. So, if the clouds are around, we'll try and take advantage of that. But I think obviously we're going to have to try and keep it tight, probably in outfields. Put them under some pressure, and hopefully then we've got a chance to go out and chase a score down.
Cheers, Stephen.
Thank you.